Hello, hello, hello again. We're back with more Great Ace Attorney 2. And can you believe it, my capture card did not force me to restart my Switch today. Yippee. So yeah, we're gonna go into the second part, I guess, of the first day's trial. And we're definitely gonna get an innocent verdict right then and there. Won't be a second day of trial or anything. I can guarantee it. Mr. Naruto? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start. Oh, sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. Well, yeah, we're doing that. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. Yeah. That's not contradictory with what we've been doing. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Oh, no. Try to undermine your invention. That's a different thing. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work isn't complete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we are on the subject... what about Baroque? He's being awful. Blaming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He is a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Yes, that's true, that's very true. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Well, I mean, I guess we can try to figure that out at some point. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? How dare you, Ryunosuke? How dare you? You should have asked, there was nobody else involved who could have made changes? That's the question we really should be asking. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Whom were they calling again? It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Holmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. And he is a man of science. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? That it, wasn't murder. That's the big thing to prove. And maybe along the way find out that it wasn't even an accident, but somebody else's deeds. But that's just speculation on my part right now. But come on. It's an Ace Attorney case. Of course it's not just an accident. I mean, there have been accidents. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court.
Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes, right? The people from the special seats.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly valuable. Or highly reliable. Is it? Is it, Gina? Is it? Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. I don't know if he actually believes that the science thing is real, or if not, then what he is playing at. Because he's clearly not trying to protect, you know, his ex-friend/friend's machine, because if he was, he wouldn't try to get the guilty verdict. He's not trying to protect his friend himself, because otherwise he wouldn't try to get the guilty verdict. And like, I don't know, maybe he's trying to make his friend see that his science is bogus the really hard way, but man, that would be fucking rough. Either way, this is weird.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Show me. Oh, nope, it's not Gina. Wait, yes it is, okay. I saw two people and was like, you know. But right, I think I remember why there's another person there. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimento stage. Mein Name ist Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. That's German, by the way. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Yippee, he's got a balloon. And it looks like he got hurt. I'm very rich. Inspector Jean Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. Yes, he does. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got up to it. In one of them balloons. It was amazing. I suppose I just assumed there would be two, but they just said witnesses, not the numbers. So hey, I guess there could be three. Gina again. Why aren't you happy to see her? She's so cute. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? She did. And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then.
Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. I don't know. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. No one went near it.
I guess maybe, okay, so, right, I mentioned that theory with the wax figures. What if, the body did indeed die at the regular stage? Because we saw the footage of the guy being alive and going into the cage. There wasn't really a chance for him to go missing quite at that exact moment. So maybe he died there. The cage that appeared elsewhere had the wax figure, and then later on they were switched. But I don't know the exact events of anything, so I'm just speculating. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here, okay? There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as the power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot that I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Okay, well that seems dangerous for your eyesight and in general. Give me another balloon, asshole. Thank you. Danke. I still have lots of money. Great. Precisely who is this curious infant? Wow, infant. I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Yeah, that entire name sounds a little familiar to Holmes' knowers. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Benefit? When I remove my masks, this is what I look like. Great. Ah yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Yeah, I'm sure all of your hired workers think you're delightful.
Great disguise then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. I wonder how many cases of a nature kind of like this actually happened, where there was like dubious science that was important to, to the case at hand, and, nobody could really prove whether or not it's real. And that had to become an important matter, you know what I mean? Probably doesn't happen much anymore. But at a time, it was probably not that uncommon. Yes, my lord. All right. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them. All 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. I guess that he's supposed to be Italian, not Spanish, but whatever. They are very popular, signor. Some people will even pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month, that is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Majesty's Police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. Oh. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons though? Because it's not that easy? Because if I have too many of in the sky, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Great. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can fill you in there, my lord. Huge bang. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep, ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, though, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. Aw, that's cute. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the air, in my ear. I looked round and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. What's wrong? Gotts. Sigismund. Gottsreich, whatever the full name is. Let me see what it actually is, if it shows. People are people, so why can it be? Oh, it doesn't say. Bohemian boy. Look at this cutie winking at us. He's 11. That makes him older than Iris, doesn't it? Yeah. And yet she's just so much better. Masked man, question mark. Question mark is his age, by the way. She's 18. I think last game she was 17, so I guess her birthday was within the last 6 months. Not too unlikely, given that that is half a year. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. Wilhelm. Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oh, I get it right, I know. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have to have a problem with how I address them at the moment? It's a tough world out there. That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon, that is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next the massive explosion. My teacher at the elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Is this the real life? Is this guy just a boy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the consul. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's the lies. That is not allowed.
Okay. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Hey man, she's earned it, okay? She had a rough life. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your former testimony. In the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Well, we do have a piece of evidence that corroborates that, kind of.
I don't think I want to present it yet,
but we probably will in a second. Let's press it down. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored?
Ach, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
That's true.
Ragazzo,
I guess.
It is very wrong to lie.
Maybe ragazzo means like brat or something.
Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical.
What? Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them.
Wow. Wowie zowie. I just noticed that this guy's hat isn't just a hat, it actually has a fucking flame in it. Wow. That's an actual hot air balloon, I guess. Wow, wow. Okay, wow. Huh.
But I will still buy your balloons, though.
Here you are, your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. With money, I think a lot of them are, sadly. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? Lune, maybe I don't.
No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
Amazing.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. Boom.
That's what I like to hear.
Get a look over. No one went near it. I think that's going to be an important detail. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Eh? You see, I don't know. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I?
Right.
Suckers weren't available. It was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators, and he tried to seal off the scene. As he tried. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing.
Or Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits.
Aw. Keep it together, Inspector. Says you, who gets fucking all scared by wax figures. Jeez. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw out at the time. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the one.
You mean like these? No? Wait, what? I mean, I know it's not a contradiction, but come on, that should still be like, hey, by the way. Oh, it's your task also to explain the somewhere. It just seems so to jar, though, don't you think? What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay, well, fuck you.
We already pressed this, and everything after. Balloons were not damaged. I guess maybe this is where I present this. If this is also wrong, then I guess I will reload. Okay. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that's correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. Terrible.
I don't know. I wonder if you might know what this is.
Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric, lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky.
Well, yeah, just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Guts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Eh?
If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. I think me presenting that at the child's statement should have been fine if we're gonna go after that anyway. If a balloon exploded, maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 old pounds for the experience, how awful. Seems like they were like 150% off the top. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
Nuh-uh. This I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Luna?
You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Luna. The victim was the sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Rune is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. No, we don't. It's important.
Aye.
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lunet. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky still landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosione, what a catastrophe.
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloon serves the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Okay, well. Probably wasn't one of his balloons. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you.
Sí, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the lad of Bohemia.
I don't know if you would win that one.
If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be all out war.
Wow.
But I don't also still have another balloon. What happened to all out war?
Mr. Luna clearly, certainly doesn't appear to be lying.
But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Let me just have some of my chalky milk.
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe?
Senor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made, then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task? No, she's a witness.
What, me?
I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case.
Wow.
Gregson, maybe you shouldn't have believed something like that so easily. All 3 of my balloons.
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think.
On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota?
Sorry?
That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else?
Okay. That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. And that's probably the type that was the green one, and then it exploded because gas.
See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord!
I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What's the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof.
Alright, so Mr. Luna had 3 balloons in the air that day.
If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
No,
I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, mate.
Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead.
Is that where you find evidence? So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, The cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got the badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. Damn. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had around about the investigation. Some debris. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the curves were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Yeah, that's definitely it. The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Ragazzo. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know about that, know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't, therefore, conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park, operating from before the Great Exhibition. Balloon fights? Oh. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition?
That seems unlikely. Si, exactamente. As the signor says, it's not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. How dare you, Mr. Looney? Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gotts Rechtssiges Monte Holmstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know it what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can't speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. But your money does. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Well, good gracious.
What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eagle cellar, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in a boring experiment. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Hard to make out the color.
Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
How many balloons does he have?
I guess maybe he recollects the ones that the child drops and resells them. What a scoundrel.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault, that is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera.
That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Stop crying. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence.
It's not my fault, it's the fault of the person who made the camera.
So what's with this streak of light? Could possibly be some kind of bolt shot from a crossbow or something. There's nobody in this balloon.
But maybe the body is in the balloon itself, in the envelope.
There's the guy, and there's our client. Who's this? Somebody's running around. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I prepared the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. And the hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before this explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig.
Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Luna's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Luna vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air.
Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure.
Well, we do have evidence to support that there's another balloon, but I feel like presenting that to his statement seems redundant, because obviously everybody knows.
Landed safely.
All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. I guess we could, point that out and be like, okay, well, if yours were all carrying passengers, this photo shows one without people, then I guess it isn't yours.
Bird bits.
Corpus. Don't think we can really tell the pattern, but let's take another look.
Yeah, not really.
But I think this should be
a decent thing to present, right?
There we go. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Guts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See? They are for pleasure. You for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers.
Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them.
So, when the incident occurred that day,
there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
I mean, hey, no, but I was never doubting that part. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. With no passengers, they'd managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Luna's patch without him realizing.
See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, flying silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Why are you so dull, Zeeks?
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. They don't seem to care much. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. Honestly, that one looked like they just didn't give a shit. Like they weren't even paying attention, for most of them. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing we can learn from it?
There's more.
I say with utter confidence as I save the game. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue? We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosione. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the Cheesus machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. I wouldn't even say you have to look closely. It's one of the most eye-drawing things, especially in the small version there. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, exactly. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... this running child. Oops, I accidentally clicked on the projectile. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous.
You're a miracle worker, Wilhelm.
Willy. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can't see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think this might be lightning?
But I couldn't have been a finer day.
Believe we are looking at fire.
A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
This little guy.
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used too deliberately?
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon it was.
Not an accident. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No.
Order, Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The sound, yeah. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me.
Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about.
I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
Yeah.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Still don't know how they made the real cage, the first cage, I guess, disappear, but I guess with the smoke and all that, there's a way. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible, that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. God grief! This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Yeah. Both Mr. Holmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3. All that that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Ah yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have been ever embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4? Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on the stage in full view the entire time. But if he was in on the plan, then, you know, this will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. But Hairbrain himself might want to not let that go, eh? Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Asman. He just wants to so desperately keep pretending that his machine worked. Don't be stupid, man. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Being very, very dumb. Order, order, order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession. Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. But if you are found guilty, then they will get their hands on your machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick. All an elaborate prank. But where's your proof? No, you have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me... Baroque. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. This fucking dumbass. Why are our clients always like this? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession.
Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. But if we can just, convince our guy that the machine wasn't made to his specifics, then it isn't his anymore, and then he shouldn't be, worried about it. In fact, then he should want it to come to light that some assholes meddled with his business, ruined his creation, all for money. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigation will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. That's not what we heard. We heard if he's found guilty, then the act will also cease to be in effect.
Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
Obviously, we're going for the truth. What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. No. What happened there was not his hypothesis. We're still protecting his hypothesis, just not the work that somebody claims to be his hypothesis. You've been silent long enough. It isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruto, there's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact
a conjuring trick.
Ain't no way I'm telling them the fucking lie. I mean, I guess the defendant's machine might have been a proper invention, but the thing is that is on stage there. Or was on stage there. The remains of what is still on stage there, whatever. It's a conjuring trick! Ah! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Susato-san, is that you? Hello again, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long.
It's Susato-san.
Susato-san. I kind of had a feeling she'd show up here with the way this was being set up. Ow! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up, but what I can protect. Turn our thinking upside down. Professor Hairbrain. Ah, yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Yeah. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! Oh my god! Oh god, I even brought a helmet this time, but they hit me right in the gut, and then the bottle exploded, and the shrapnel hit me all over the body, and the helmet, it caught some of the shrapnel from below, and now it's trickling down my head, and it's scratching me everywhere, and I can't move. Oh my god, why did I invite this date request from the girl that I met on that app? How is there even an app? I'm a time travel, that's how. Fuck you.
So you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer.
Ah,
Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
but Baroque.
Lord van Zieks?
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day that it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon? I guess maybe Barak really was trying to, get Albert just out of his delusions. But the way he was going about it was kind of strange, kind of dumb. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
He looked like Dracula, basically, and he had like wine bottles and chances and all that. Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man, you see. I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What? He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber. Does this name mean something? The members of the jury seem flustered.
Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination.
Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the time, the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant fund money.
When the magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we are dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So the perfect guy to be the actual culprit in this case, is what I'm hearing.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Well, maybe if it had been actually built to your specifications, maybe it would have. Probably not though. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. And the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber are working together to use you as a means to fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. That's probably what happened, yeah. And then maybe they were gonna off you too, to not even, allow you to get your part. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. Aww. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started blowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Poor guy. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Why do I have to say that shit so often? It's such a mouthful. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very, very sorry. You'll get another shot, maybe. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord von Zieks. My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Could we delay until tomorrow noon or something, man? I'd just like to sleep in sometimes, No? Okay, I guess. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis. Of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. You're welcome. And Susaru-san! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. You mischievous girl. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Are you really, though? I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. That slipped out? Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future? Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard. Oh no, not the horses. So she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Good. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here.
I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotopa not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Reunion. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. What does that mean? What kind of turn? A good one, probably? Certainly? Dun, 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 dun. 2:41 p.m. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. Yeah, he lied. That's right, so I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I don't know, would a fever really last half a year? I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father was in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic? That's the same symposium Lord Stronghart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. How? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all about all that I can. Look, it's your room. Let's enter it together. Your room through here should be exactly as we left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt that I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Hi. I left your desk completely untouched, Mr. Sato, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruto. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that is how it should be, after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on one of my father's old notes. It's about one of Shirley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Holmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Shirley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Dun dun dun. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
Wait, I guess we'll hear this now. We haven't even talked about anything else.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father?
Did you look at that? Look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
I think I had more voice like, well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Well, mission failed.
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Holmes's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office.
What a huge mystery.
That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Probably has something to do with, you know, with the other Watson. The original Watson. Let's talk about shovels and spades for good old time's sake. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. It's not a spade. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose materials. That's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The great spade shovel war rages on.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial?
Oh yes.
For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer too, a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache even.
Don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you were just a 10-year-old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Little. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it.
Wrong voice.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
Damn, he's an artist.
I understand that when Father saw the report he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That's very meaningful. That's a very meaningful look to Sunsgiving Iris there. Let's talk more about that case. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Watson. Yes, Giselle Brett. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems that's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our governments and intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Aha. Didn't exist? But how can that be? Was her real name Baskerville, maybe? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Oh. A front? Who on earth is she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Huh. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Maybe something to do with the Baskervilles case that Mr. Watson was involved with, probably. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shiseichiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Of course not. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. This guy. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. But come on, man, the judge was fair. It wasn't his fault. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. I kind of assumed he had the highest position of whatever endeavor, but I suppose not. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen too much of it. How trying for you? Wow, lost the will to live? Did you really say that? Jeez. That bad? So, Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth, and you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
Oh, good move.
And what did you learn? He was dead. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What?
Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
How mysterious.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. A lot of things, actually. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? That part alone doesn't seem so strange. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Holmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body, I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Holmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing, unless there was. I suppose that's true, yes. Holmes isn't one to always divulge all that he knows to us at all times, if he has reasons not to. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere, it wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to not be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what might happen, what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sounds of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Very well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Okay. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong.
Drugs. Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Rapin. And certainly not so soon.
It's funny. For the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruto, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Haha.
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, any way you can.
Any way I can. Thank you, Mr. Turtle.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruto.
What do you think of, this?
This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
I am not surprised. No, really?
If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruto, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away.
Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Yes, absolutely has to. How do you feel about this?
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruto.
Look at that kind and gentle expression.
Oh, thank you.
I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then take better care of it, please.
There's the not-so-kind expression.
It was all going so well until I ruined it. Oh, our lovely little office. What wonderful memories I have of this place. Oh, Mr. Holmes is sweet as just as it was when I left.
Let's visit it real quick. You know, for logic's sake, because we gotta go through there. We'll go anywhere else. Unless we jump out of the window. If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter.
To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes has blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought.
I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars that move... I think we've had this already, Simone.
Mr. Naruto? You're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again.
Now if Mitsuda was on angry as well. I guess it wasn't the... You know, the previous case technically, right? We just played further in the past. Anyway, let's just move.
Do you know, I don't believe we've visited this place for some time.
Where do we go? Not here, it seems.
I don't believe we have any business that would require a visit here just at the moment.
Let's first go to prison. Wow. That's how it work. That's... what's he doing?
He's... oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
Honestly, he's not doing a great job of, like, using the space, you know? The letters are quite large and he's leaving large gaps everywhere.
He could be planning this out better.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruto? And who is this young lady? My name is Tomi Kuroba. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, no, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology or two, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrain? What have you been working on in your cell?
The improved hypothesis.
Oh, haha. You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is that some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
Ah, no, actually. This is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
That's a very small magazine.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure.
I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh yes, of course. I've been working through some numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them. By Asman, and by that old aloof engineer Treber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
So I can't examine, come on. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, my Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not.
Well, I mean, it kinda does.
Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Did you really, though? Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Uh-huh.
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole rebirth side of things? How does that fit into the kind-hearted soul thing? I mean, that's not his fault, probably. I think we've learned that much.
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? Yes. I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decorated for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us has any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? Why not all three? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the Cheesus machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But I guess there are things he cares more about than that. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Cheesus machine, nothing else. Although just once. I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Well, that seems important.
Why didn't you mention this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop.
There's every chance we might find the man there. Well then. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Cheesus machine, you see. Where can we find him? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you?
He wasn't taking any chance then. The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
Maybe the smell can lead us there. What do you think, Mr. Soto? Order a machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that.
She's just naturally good smelling.
I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Soto.
Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look.
You fucking...
What? Let me see that. Throw a ticket to the wind, why don't you? It doesn't say anything. Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. But maybe we can still find some. What the fuck? God damn, what? Why? Oh no. Testing. Oh, this hasn't happened in a while. Oh, no. Testing. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. I'm going to try to be a little lighter on the voices, I guess. No, oh well. I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Based on that oil, that smudge. I mean, I'm assuming it might be the same machine oil that the guy was talking about. Maybe we can let a dog or something pursue that. Maybe some kind of hound. Of some kind of Baskerville. Maybe not that, but some kind of dog. This dog's much here. I think perhaps it's machine oil? Ah yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil. That's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me a moment. Oh, it does appear to have doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount here. A dog or something would surely pick up on it. Here, you can have this back. I don't think you can. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody mistreated you, have they? Don't worry. Shit. He's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's screaming. Right. And then, when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. Haha. It's that age-old problem faced by drive files the world over, isn't it? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Everybody understands. Very relatable. What do you make of this? Oh yes, that's just what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No. It's got nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Oh hey. Who's that? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder... I've never seen her before. Looks pretty good from over here.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You have some success this morning, I understand you had, rather. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You don't mean because of Professor Harebrained's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Von Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Hey there.
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you. Huh. Want to tell us what that is? Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Oh, she made the autopsy report, didn't she? Yeah.
Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She is leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Miss Asmund.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Yippee! Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. And he doesn't plan to be late for other things. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and loyalty. Is that right? Royalty, rather.
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago. Lots of things seem to have happened a year ago, huh?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensic division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals would suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
Damn. Very extreme.
I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Mrs. Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here as to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean?
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Well, he was in Britain for 6 years, right? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoko accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. I guess just being punctual. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does he? Does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. Like, I feel like for the first, 2 years maybe, that's not so bad. You know, to not be in contact with your child as it grows up. But, you know, as soon as it gains, a semblance of consciousness. From 3 to 6 especially. Maybe 4 to 6, I don't know. Not seeing your parents is probably makes your view on them, I guess, as your parents a little different. I don't know. It was a rather turbulent time at home. At home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
Well, what do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time.
Huh.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Hairbrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special suspension legally preventing your investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensics experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
He's getting married again? We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to, in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Okay, bye. New location.
So we have the laboratory. Well, let's do the stage. Let's just go in order, I guess. We don't really have a good reason to go here, but we'll go there.
Because we can.
Aww, look at that.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
I feel as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it?
I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
That's gotta be a nice ability to have, I guess.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh wait, it's him. Oh, Inspector Grace. I see you are hard at work as usual. Warm greeting to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. I think he's talking to Susato. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. That dog might just be what we need. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now? We didn't talk about that. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got that detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say goodbye, toodaloo, to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try, if you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Huh, to France? I'll be working in the Paris police prefecture. Should be right up my alley. Do you know French? But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what had become of her. But where Gina goes, I go. I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound, until all this is over at least. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you're at the bus. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here, now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, how do you feel about Paris? You've got a new dog, have you? Oh, so cute. Ain't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Whoops. I guess that would have been a no until we talked to the guy. It was great, wasn't it? Weren't I? It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me. That? What? You know, being in court and not spending no time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time, ain't it? And all, rather. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get hit in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fakes. That dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Narrow's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Oh. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. Just always makes me think of Drebin. Which is a different character. From a much worse game. Yeah, I said it! Yeah, I said it! Fuck Metal Gear Solid 4. Anyway. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's given him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Good point. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Hey, don't call it that. Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? No. We ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's out, did they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry. I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it so happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little fella, though. Oh, really? According to what the boss said... She's holding him like a gun. Once Toby got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Wow. Mr. Naruto, I think you may have missed the point, by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gotta be more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us too, at us lot, not the other way around. Well, that would be a sight to behold. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. Really, the first one. And you're in charge, wow. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. Aw. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Hey, she saved him. No, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. So stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. Oh, there's a picture. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red pulk. Ah, Lord Franziques. He's always had it in for me, that curve. Dunno what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Oh. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is everyone at the yard's been, and the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. No, we got a hint. But first, let's finish talking. Gina. We're actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah yes, Toby. Another fully voiced character, wow. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Susie. Suze? Oh? It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Was that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. She was close enough. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Yeah, Dr. Strange. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours in the Curve's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah. Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. Then that would be a fate worse than death. So you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Yeah, I guess let's... But if I investigate up there, then I won't be able to do the thing, so let's do the thing now. You know, because we'd have to leave and then come back, and that's annoying. You want this? I can give it to you. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? On this again. Take a card. Pick a card. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So it ain't too much bleeding trouble. If it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Well, you can see the first letter at least. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? That's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff of then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean for that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby? Yeah. Two super cute characters. Isn't that cute? His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informed us that this oil is unique to Mr. Rebbe's workshop. This pose is so funny. Sniff, 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 sniff. I think he's picked up a scent. So, I mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket? Look man, it's an important skill of the trade, okay? If I can lead everyone to their Travis workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. I hope so.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty at this all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to go on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me who gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again. Look, man, this is more important.
Ready, Toby? Got that all sent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
I guess we're not coming with to find the person.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Haha.
Examine.
I guess let's check that again just to see Susie's reaction.
Yes, the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's that what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that's exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha ha ha. Ouch. I'm a bad person.
It wasn't that bad, come on.
These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go up and see what we can find.
Yeah.
Still smoking. Is it more messy than last time, or is it just me?
Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear than at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It's amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that? Lord Van Zieks?
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Subtle?
Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
Come on, Ryunosuke, come on. I mean, you know, I can sympathize with not wanting to talk to him, but, like, that is the reason? Come on, man.
But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage as far as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
What if it's just aluminum? And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. I definitely see a place where the entire birdcage could have fallen down.
But look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It sure does. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred,
the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
I guess we're not going to note that down in the evidence, though it seems important.
This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage at which the victim was standing before before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think.
Okay.
And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it.
I suppose they must have brought it back here when
they'd finished their work.
But sadly not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still.
This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
Okay. Wanna go on a Ferris ride wheel with me, Susaru-san?
I hear that a ride from the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally. But then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto?
It's not that I'm scared. Not at all.
It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Holmes to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear. It is complicated for you, isn't it?
Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated?
Oh, isn't it exhilarating? It's that thing from Tetris. All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Hey.
You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto.
Onions are great. They're amazing for cooking. I wouldn't eat them raw, I guess, but, you know. Look, there's still 3. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those temari handballs floating in the sky.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. Wow.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way.
Huh.
Look at that horn-shaped transmission device, isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
Well, no Joseph Joestar moment for you, Ryunosuke. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks. Are you sleeping? What? Well, Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. But it also didn't look like you were doing anything. Apparently Uniponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Well, that's not our fault. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with us. Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try. Beep, 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 beep. Let's ease him into it first. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description that of the man we heard in court earlier, and the huge clue we gave to, the best of the very best inspectors, Gina Lestrade. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susoto-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? Oh, there's a photo. I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Yeah. Kinda does. And that cross-shaped thing on his jacket, on his shirt or whatever. Similar to the thing on his, card. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Good point. What is it about Lord von Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Sure, it'd be nice if this magnifying glass did something other than, like, zoom in like you would in a useless way, like it doesn't actually... I guess it makes sense since it's a static photo. But come on. It'd be nice if we could, like, read this clearly and, get a less pixelated view. Whatever. Oh yeah, we haven't examined this thing at all. Yet. Look here, Mr. Subtle. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the into the crystal tower below. But is that the same one? A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. And apparently that's all we can see here. So, hey, Clint. What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord von Zeeks? You Nipponese always have to be on guard whenever you're around. I always have to be. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean?
Wow. Footage of him laughing? Rare indeed. Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Hey!
And somehow this lackluster work has overcome you time and time again.
You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush then? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. You do? Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
Particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor.
Mr. Holmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet.
I guess we can assume that...
Hey, you.
That, Drebber isn't the professor, because otherwise surely, visually...
Zieks would have recognized him.
Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruto?
Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. So Soto-san can see it too. See what exactly?
Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why? I guess...
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma? Kazuma?
I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Is it?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered him, this cloaked figure.
As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma-sama? Kazuma?
Maybe he has amnesia.
Wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Well, I guess you aren't aware?
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court as I'm at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
On the opposite side, though. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Huh. I definitely saw a reaction there.
When Sasoto-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. when she called out Kazuma-sama. Da-da-da-da! You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Ziegs' office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Holmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Soto. Of course. Well. Maybe we'll go... Well, I guess we might meet Holmes right here. So now we have a reason to go. Oh my, no wonder it's called at the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. Yeah, who couldn't? Everything makes me crave sweets, though. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Holmes anywhere. Are you sure? That's strange. He should be here, investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Are we sure he isn't here? This one's posture reveals his weaknesses. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. So yeah, as in the next, Capcom All-Stars type fighting game, I think we need Franziska von Karma and Susato as the playable Ace Attorney representatives, because they are clearly the only capable fighters in the entire universe. I guess the judge, from this game could also work, but come on. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Do you have your arm back? That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe it? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. But you agree that it's scary. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Oh, I thought it was supposed to be the bathtub. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely? And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory. Well, guess we won't be meeting Holmes here. Maybe he's back home. Ha 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 ha.
Nope, apparently not.
Alright, let's go to the forensics laboratory then to meet our new wife.
I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
I see what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down, rather. What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Otto. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. I find this bird kind of cool.
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto.
I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
But I think that might be a little scarier. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Uh-huh. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold.
Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto?
There's a skeleton in that closet?
Mr. Soto? Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now
on. Otto, you dang old scaredy cat.
I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tiny though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Maybe your nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Dharma doll watching over me, but that's all. Jeez. Look at all these bottles on the shelves in these cabinets.
What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes?
Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death.
Yeah.
Table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent.
So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on book work with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Yeah, probably.
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they are human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mr. Soto, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever.
Oh.
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
Of course. Naruto, you shouldn't be so ignorant.
Are we done looking around? Kinda looks like we are. Huh. Okay.
We could go... Did we pick anything up that we might want to show somebody?
I guess we could show this to our client. Or this. To just about anybody. Or maybe now we go here. Nope. Have a look at this. Okay. But surely you care about this. No? Okay. Okay.
How could this have happened?
You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I think we've heard this before.
I know what happened. It must have been Zet.
That? Yeah, the thing about karma, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I doubt anybody knew was gonna be here, but we don't know what to do. Holmes, are you back, Holmes? Probably nobody in here, right? I guess I could present these things to her. Do you see this? You have such great expectations in your eyes, Miss Naruto, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Probably nothing about this either. Yeah, I doubt we have anything to show her. Maybe she's back with news. Nope. And I'm guessing we can't go back up here. We'd better not try to going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. I must have missed something here? Ah, the book. Okay, well, I guess it's easy to miss if you're not specifically going for it. Look at this big thick book here. Big, thick, large, and other words.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
That's a lot. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And the scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
Maybe it's a front to get a lot of metal to melt into other things or something. It does seem a bit strange, you're right.
500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for?
Could we maybe write that down as evidence?
What are you doing?
Ah! Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but it's got a snake. A speckled band. It's not speckled, but still.
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it?
Oh, we got another racist here.
Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Or Mr. Asman's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Okay. How do you feel about this? Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this?
Oh, do you think I'm good enough, do you?
No, I didn't mean...
So I'm not good enough. Then, not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything?
Clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. She just might be. I wonder if there's anything we can show her. Or just try everything. On no real basis, actually. I guess the photo of the body might evoke a reaction. No? Maybe the never show her anything ever again thing was actually meant to be understood like that. But this, your name's on this. No? Might as well throw everything else.
And the kitchen sink.
Blah blah blah. Maybe she'll know the guy though. Recognize him, have something to say about him. No? Okay.
Just wanted to be thorough. So you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odiasman, who appeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as investigative aid, as a matter of course.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place.
No. We just don't understand the full trick yet.
So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
You don't care, though? You don't have any thoughts about that? Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. You know, it's like I said much earlier, I think yesterday, that, originally what appeared on the other side was a wax figure or something, but then it was switched with a real body eventually.
But who knows?
This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Cool mask.
Mama, what is this?
Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello. To meet you? Pleased to meet you?
Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. You're just gonna... Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up?
What? No, charming.
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Not much different, if at all.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Huh, boring.
I think
I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruto. You're as pale as a corpse.
Oh no, don't say that. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Ha ha ha. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Holmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tussbelt's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about this, his latest unusual adventure.
Hey. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince words with Mrs. Otto.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Okay. So where is he hiding?
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
How strange.
It looks exactly like Mr. Holmes down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Right, I gave her the same voice as the doctor. I was like, didn't I give that voice to somebody? But I couldn't recall, so I was like, I'll give it to her. Whatever.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
I'm trying to change it a little bit. It probably doesn't come across at all, except in my own mind.
Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruto. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Holmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
He's married to his brain? So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties?
I thought you talked about this with Iris.
Alors, do not disturb, huh?
Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Nothing changed here.
Oh, look at that. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look.
Oh, yes, a step ladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Really do need to speak with Mr. Holmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? Are you for real, Susato-san? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what are you?
Indeed, my dear fellow, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh no! Susato-san! Susato-san!
You killed her. You really belong in this museum, Holmes. You're a murderer. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to an eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Holmes?
She literally mentioned that Iris told her about this, no?
Oh well.
Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We are talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed, we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as a proverbial pie.
Where does that come from, by the way?
Pie isn't, like, that easy, right? Like, sure, it's not... I guess I've never made a pie, but... It's, it's probably not hard to make, but it's probably also not, like, the easiest thing. Like, shouldn't it be, like, easy as sandwich or something? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Where does that come from? Where does it go? Where does it come from? God, wait. Fuck you.
Fuck you! Making me say things like that. God damn you!
Though I confess I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter, that you should change that.
That is very unhealthy.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum.
So how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away.
Like magic!
In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. What's that supposed to mean?
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? Well...
A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at any cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
We just might.
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Draper. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built this, the Cheesus machine. Machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. We do have a photo. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay. Mr. Holmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Sure. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Holmes?
You recognize him?
Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Holmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
What, no update there? Fine, I guess we'll talk about the big old deal. Mr. Holmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Holmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. Are we really gonna have to buy that? I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto?
I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Holmes. Quite a lot of trust we have in him, huh?
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Holmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shilling? That's a special one-time only price, you understand.
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it very well worth it.
Seems rather insistent. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Holmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. It's kind of hard to tell with you. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
What? Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Shisha. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Surely the professor's not going to look like the photo we have. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Holmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. That's a smart move. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives? Is this what makes Britain great? Totally. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Hey, what's wrong with chip-loving inspectors? Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Yeah. Wow, it's missing a head. But that face does look a little familiar. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Huttle, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Holmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. 139. Imiku. Or something. Isaku. Be that as it may, Mr. Holmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here, didn't he? But where? Oh, I wonder. Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Suzoto-san's voice tremble? Well, let's start with a funny missing head guy. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, and all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all of the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? I don't think the neck part would look like that. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Otto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Holmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? Maybe. Not the least likely thing I've ever heard. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when they returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the famous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket there. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and it's quite a big piece too. It's very thick. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Surely it's not from some kind of crystal building type thing.
Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. What a coincidence. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks' jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? So maybe it wasn't actually Madame Tussauds who made a model, but rather the waxwork thief used this one and then returned it. It makes you think, doesn't it? Early in court we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Holmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Definitely. Couldn't have anything to do with anything, surely. What? I guess we're done with that guy. But what about this fella? Or that grave? It doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. Huh. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive, what? I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. I think we can both agree that it's best not to be still alive when our time comes then. And what am I to say to that? And that's a great statement. It's like one of the... what are they called? A comedy band that I find enjoyable. They've got a song that I think is called Think About It, where one of the lines is, "At the end of your life, you're lucky if you die." It's just a great line, very meaningful and serious. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. Maybe I could have pointed out the shovel first, actually. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Oh, I guess she's pointing it out. Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. Yeah, the spade first. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Soto? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury that hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. He's got a camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, though, so I believe it's probably a camera. Ah, a camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Holmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Holmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film? We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we can open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, says Other. Your eyes are shining. Like diamonds. Beautiful diamonds. You really do like machinery, don't you? No, I can't look at my stuff right now. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, Chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this? Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest, okay? I can't see his face very well, can you? Well, I can't move the camera to show it. Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Are we moving his lamp, his lantern, closer to his face or something? Haha. Ah. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Miss Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. That's not what the photo looks like. I mean, it's kind of, of course, what he looks like, but, like, the expression and all is different. So why do we now have 3 different states of this guy, instead of the 2 that we should have? Anyway, I'm nitpicking. It's Enoch Drebber! The color of his hair is different, but... it's unmistakably him. Yeah, nobody else could wear a black monocle. Indeed it is. Mr. Holmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head to the sweet. Too sweet? Toot sweet? I don't know. I've heard toot sweet as a pronunciation, but the maybe that's not pronounced. Maybe it's a different phrase. I don't know. As Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Grave, get it? A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, aren't they? Are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Soto. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one? This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? Well, if he was buried alive. I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago. Let's hear it. Young witness? What? Oh, I guess, you know, Drebber standing there. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not?
He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was the case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried, and in a closed court, no members of the public were permitted.
A closed court?
So you mean that the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Apparently.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard.
The exhibit here
depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. So was the hanging intentionally, faked by some kind of accomplice? Was it an accident? Was our Drebber here the faker? And also that he came by here to free him, but he came out by himself or something? He does have a shovel. Maybe he just wanted to dig out the corpse for some other reason, I don't know.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen.
He does look scared here, so maybe, who knows if that's... Who can really tell if that was really what happened?
If he was scared, then that means that he probably wasn't
ready to find the guy alive.
So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been cubited and buried, emerged from the grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. Do we have his profile so that we know he's about 30 now? 35. I guess about 20 years old, 25, that works. 39.
She's winking at me. She loves me. She's scowling at me. She loves me.
I guess everyone else is a little young. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scarred out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident, and the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair's completely white. I do wonder, that's a common thing that you hear about in media and stuff, but does that actually happen? Are there actually cases of that having happened? Hair turning entirely white over a day or something out of shock, terror, or whatever.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tassel's.
What if that killer was the victim in this case, who's still an asshole, but not quite as, obviously, because he's not a direct killer anymore? No, I don't think that's the case. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place.
Yeah.
In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Maybe he was looking for corpses to experiment on or something.
Yes, what was he up to?
With that spade in hand. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. Dogs must have gone way down in the popularity rankings at the time. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale, so that they never actually find the revived villain.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What? What do you mean by that, no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers?
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I mean, if there was a person on the inside that faked the hanging, then it's also conceivable that there was, the same person on the inside, faked the statement of the body being where it's supposed to be. Know what I'm saying?
But all of that is conjecture as of now.
Oh hey.
What the bleeding, Nora Otto? What have you gone done?
Gina, what are you doing here? Oh, she still got that thing.
I asked Iris, and she said this is where it'd be, so... So, Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun.
Sheesh.
Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the Dodgy Curves workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop?
Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. Good Toby, good Gina. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it down. Write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once.
Yay, Gina.
Alright then, see you there.
Are you not coming with us? Whoops, sorry you got overshadowed. You go. Don't mind me, I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit, over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Holmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay a monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would... Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Wow. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Holmes, then?
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto.
Thanks. Thank you, Miss Cicero. Right, let's go. Maybe we could have a word with Madame Tuspels to, at least lessen the burden. That looks somewhat familiar. That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage maintenance kinesis machine.
but made more of wood, I think. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such a little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby who's the miracle worker.
Woof indeed. What's with your eyes closed and stuff? Did you replace your chips with lemons? I thought your lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating lemon out of a bag of fish and chips, hey man.
Hey man. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zieks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Holmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right. Right then, let's see what we can find in here.
Oh, how exciting.
I'm sure we'll have another dance of deduction. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Yippee. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. So, with permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you. Oh, Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah, I guess trophies looked much different in Japan at the time. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Okay. I was wondering if it was counted as not important, but apparently it is. Alright, we still haven't checked this out. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Rebel really was a very talented scientist. Nothing more to see? Alright. But this should be interesting. Oh, there's some blood there.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
Wow, that's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having watch.
Or Professor Mikotoba. Huh.
Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Unless... So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Maybe this wasn't at the actual scene of the crime, you know, or rather of the actual scene of the, you know, what happened in real life.
But it might have been part of some other real-life event that happened much more recently.
That's what I'm thinking. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
That sounds completely impossible. How could you ever? Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very long cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So, to you, the solution is even taller towers?
Obviously.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act.
The ladder?
There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government.
I don't think anything in here is covered by anything. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. I was clicking on the ladder. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, by my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mr. Soto. Whoop.
Oh?
Is something wrong, Mr. Soto?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Exactly. Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Sounds like they're leaving.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Or was. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click. There, you may enter at will. Damn, he's good. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Is it less than a minute? So whatever, whatever it was exactly was accurate. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond this door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Wouldn't it be funny if it actually turned into an action sequence? A bomb. Surely it's not ticking, though. And a green balloon. And some footprints on the roof? What? What's happened in here? A bed also upside down, as if things fell and as if the gravity was turned upside down. Or something. Why is everything upside down? Maybe the entire room turns. Rats! They ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. Well, there's a window. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. But what about that footprint? Huh? What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What have we here then? Nobody's paying attention to the TNT? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To the Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Right. Let's just not worry about the explosive. Oops. That's a really lovely model. It looks like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft in the same principle, on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmark of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. I believe in you, Susato-san. You could do it if you really tried. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Holmes could open that lock? Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Also, we heard a clunk that might belong to that thing. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruto. Or to prevent it from toppling when the room gets turned over.
Well, then you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Alright, Holmes, get to work, open that thing up. Yes, I'm actively ignoring the TNT. Because everybody else is doing it. It's not my fault if we die. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Holmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Alright, fine, I'll check it out. Mr. Holmes, have you found something? Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of stick cigars wrapped up... Ah! Mrs. Naruto, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? I'm sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Okay. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Holmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. Oh, how much I pity you for being so good. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Subtle. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without a question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Holmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. There he goes again with that lemon face. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. That's such a funny face for this situation. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Holmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Subtle. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. Okay. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... There's something there. The code of the safe? Indeed, the key here is gravity. What a cool scene.
It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Yeah, definitely. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. This time there's no person pointing us to the wrongness of his statement, but I guess maybe he even himself is questioning it, or the furniture is questioning it, I don't know. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Otto, or maybe it was her. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Right, yeah, totally.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is the timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. He's so right. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion, some time later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Right, yeah, no, that proves it. Teleportation, gravity reversal, they had some crazy technology back then. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently into the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Holmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You know, the furniture on the roof might have softened his landing, right? You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring the end of the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely into the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
Who wouldn't want to try that?
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Well, I think once again we have nothing to add.
She's completely spellbound.
Mr. Holmes, there is just one thing that troubled me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
Yep, but your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Had Iris come up with the exact phrasing, my original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something like that Mrs. Otto lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Holmes.
Oh shit.
Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Maybe he got it loose.
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
Oh, I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Holmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right.
And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes's logic and reasoning spectacular.
Ta-ta. Upside down. Falling straight down. Safe. 43 something 582. The key here is gravity. 432. Maybe I should write that down, even though it's probably fine. 4, 3, 2, 5, 8. Was it 3? No, I'll just write down 3, but
Inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part.
Do you think gravity could have been reversed in this very room? I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Holmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was scientifically a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Soto.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Well, this is still upright. I suppose there's not much else to look at.
Alright.
Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruto, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
I guess I'll just present this, even though they didn't really say all that much, so I feel a little not completely confident. But it's not really showing me anything else. But I also want to look at the safe. Ah, look, Mr. Tuttle. When everything seems to be upside down in here, the safe is inconspicuously... Why can't I speak? Inconspicuously the right way up, have you noticed? Yeah, that's true. But look more closely at the safe feed. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Oh well. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. So I guess the room also wasn't... I guess the books on the shelf also kind of look like nothing really happened, don't they? Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Holmes. Just... As you rightly say, thought, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. And neither was the room. Like, inverted. My deepest of sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Holmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Well, for that safe key, maybe. Quite, and naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So wherever it was, must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Oh, it very much does, doesn't it? Right over there. Oh, it's that 2 at the end. Not that I think I need to write it down, but I'll correct it anyway. 532582. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 532582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more like it. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. Okay, that's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number on in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know?
but I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so...
Thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I've proved my point now. What do we say? Slipped another ticket, so I had to turn my room up. Okay, great. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Rather amateurish. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. I do wonder how those footprints made it up there, though. Still. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What is the engineer friend's name? The ceiling skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Don't be such a downer. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Holmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Holmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps this shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. Huh. To practice aim? What? But I guess that's the solution. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never even the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon was that Master Guts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? So you mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah. Most probably, Jabber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. He seems more and more clumsy and stupid as this deduction is proceeding. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Holmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? This thing? Wow, we didn't point out anything at the scene. That's new. That's rare. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found on the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. River. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred to no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Ah, the head of the statue, the wax figure. What the? Because nobody knows what they look like, I guess they put a helmet on them. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means... Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Suttle. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspels will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it sans té earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Let me take a look. Wait. We can look at the lock. We can look at the lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Let me drink some water real quick. Mr. Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek, all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. It's true. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. I think he's right. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in this room. And by what we heard, and his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this seduction, Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the pizza. What? Bomb. I mean, the gravity device.
Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Almost, yeah. Slight twist on the usual formula, I like it. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to a safe. And pressed for time, made no attempts to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. McDrever. Smug. Smug is at this very moment inside the safe. And we have the combination. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Ta-dun! Ta-dum. So, Mrs. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Cozy. You found me. Nice moves. Oh, damn, even nicer moves. Look at him go. Nice dance moves. Okay, alright, right. Somebody play some music. Right then, sir, Mr. McDrever. Oh, you're still here, huh? I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tusfeldt as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel? I refer to, of course, to the time bomb I left in a most prominent position. No, that's a gravity device. It's easy to get them confused, but that can't be a time bomb. That's a gravity device. Right, Holmes? Right? I see. Stand silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No! Mr. Holmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. Yeah. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Holmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Not yet. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Holmes. Okay. So about this anti-gravity device. I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that? A sideways glance in aid of Mr. Naruto. I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Holmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Drebber has to say for himself. Let's. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. I guess he might have been safe in the safe. Please, why do you suppose I chosen to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Hey, I made that joke just now, just much more elegantly, okay? Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you are planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Look at his moves. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required to retreat to safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. I'd still say that's criminal, you know. Even if you were thinking that most people would run away, that's still very dangerous. There's something wrong, Gregson. Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. Just the best inspector in the business helping us out. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. Whoops, so we got that entirely right. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So then I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. So we're not going to present anything to him? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on in here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition? And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to? That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. Oop, that's enough. Oops, hello. Cool of you to show up. What was he starting to say there? I've been considering protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. That's rather suspicious, isn't it? And you know full well this engineer's a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madame, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes knows Dr. Scythe. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You
get out.
But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Holmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, that this lot disarmed.
Inspector? Well, he's putting in a good word for us.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Uh-oh. Why are you holding it like that, by the way? That one? You mean... Oh no.
Oh shit, duck guys! I don't see any ducks around here.
And then they died. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
Dun dun dun. But I'm sure Drebber will be found completely innocent of anything, because those are the actions of somebody who didn't do anything wrong. And all suspicion will remain on our client, even though he has, clearly done much less weird things and is much less suspicious. Come on, where's my other arm? There it is. Shrugging. Anyway, I guess that's a good point to stop.
So I will thank you for watching today, hanging out, and,
indulging in the scientific method some more with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably tomorrow. Even though, given how my voice was malfunctioning a while ago today, maybe I would be better off taking a break. But I think I kind of want to at least finish this case before I take a break. Though, let's see. We'll see. Whatever break I take wouldn't be very long. Let's hope it's not a big deal. So, yeah, join me tomorrow or any other time that I do anything, really. Be there with me forever and always. So, yeah. Until we meet again, I say お疲れ様. Bye-bye.